Time to make me a tea. Doop 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 doop. Cool. All right. Once again, hey, listen, I am getting ready for my very first. That's right, my first, very first live stream show of Smooth Jazz Sundays. And so as I prepare, I think about a whole lot of things. I think about the times, when I first started to do broadcasting. And I was kind of in my den somewhat, just like some people are right now, um, doing music and such. And so, I knew then that I could do something else with it. I could take it to a whole other level. So, as fate would have it, I was able to acquire an office where I was able to broadcast and, do the Twin Cities Radio Network, and have an office. And I just thought it was a big deal, just making that step. And it was, and it lasted for some years. In fact, about 6 years, um, as a matter of fact. Yeah. So now here I am at a junction where we have now evolved into not only just broadcasting, but we are now live streaming as well. And so I know you don't see me in the picture. That's because I'm getting my tea, I'm getting ready, getting my throat together for this live broadcast, which will be simulcast on the Twin Cities Radio Network. So I want you to hang on to your seats. Yep. Well, it's on the Twin Cities Radio Network. But if you can, if you want to tune in, you can go to www.twincitiesradionetwork.com. And there's a many ways to go. If you're on Facebook, you can look. The link is right there. I hope that you join in. I hope that you tell some of your friends. I'm just a little excited, but I have the proper training to be able to do both of these in a way, that'll be befitting for both offices, both entities and or platforms. For the live stream, I'm able to do that. Um, for the video portion, and of course the radio, I got that down pat. I've been doing it for too long to not be able to give you a satisfying Sunday afternoon. So I want you to stay tuned for the best in smooth and contemporary jazz because I'll be providing you with the most wonderful soundtrack for whatever you're doing on a Sunday afternoon. Hey, this is West Smooth. Give me a second. We jumping right in about a minute. And my tea is ready. So, let's get ready to groove. You ready for the Sunday groove? Yeah, well, this is phenomenal for me. It is. It's phenomenal for me. It's something totally, totally different. And I want the experience to be just as good for you as it is for me. Okay? All right. So, here I come. Let's get ready to do this. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, let me flash my Prince pillow too. Let me put him over there. We put Prince over there for good luck. Okay. Being that this is a triumph, look at me. Okay. So I'm asking each and every one of you that goes to our YouTube channel, please subscribe as we are now ready to go live. You ready? Two first. All right. Let's break it down. Let's break it down. Let's break it down. And
every city, whether it be large or small.
reminder to speak.
Some of us remember
For those of you on the YouTube channel, generally during this time, I'm sitting back, I'm taking notes and getting my show together as to what I want to do. I'm going through different songs. And it is sometimes at this time that I think of a theme. You know, some days I'll have a theme the day before, some days I won't. But in between songs, while songs are playing and stuff, I get a little bit creative because the music inspires me a lot. Mr. Smooth by Michael Franks has been my theme song since I've been on the radio. And he said it was okay that I use it. And at one point, there was a video created just for Mr. Smooth. So just to keep those of you who are watching on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button because we're going to be doing a whole lot more in times to come. You ready? Cool. To see how he reacts. He's Mr. Smooth, is him Mr. Great. For Mr. Smooth's verdict we must wait. 2, 3, so 4. Mr. Smooth, when our turn comes round, dear Mr. Smooth, we only hope it won't be thumbs down. And here we go. Okay, we ready. In 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ooh, all right. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Twin Cities Radio Network Smooth Jazz Sundays. I'm your host, Wes Smooth, and today is a historical, huge day in the life of the Twin Cities Radio Network because here it is. This is the day that Wes Smooth comes all the way from behind the mic to in front of the camera, from dreadlocks to a bald head to bring you the best in smooth and contemporary jazz, providing you with the most wonderful soundtrack for whatever it is that you're doing on a Sunday afternoon. Once again, good afternoon. If this is your first time, welcome. If you're one of our normal supporters, thank you for tuning in. And I ask each and every one of you that you also, ask a friend to come check out, what it is that we're doing here on Smooth Jazz Sundays, because I'm going to provide you with the best soundtrack for whatever it is that you're doing on a Sunday afternoon. Yes, as I said before, this is historical, it's monumental in regards to an online radio station. An online radio station that is not really supported by the smooth jazz industry, but by the community that we are in, a bunch of nonprofits that are dealing with a for-profit entity to make sure that you get smooth jazz on a Sunday like this and 24/7 throughout the rest of the week. Ain't that something? Hey, listen, let's see. I know I'm gonna have a little bit more to say now because uh, I'm being televised. It was a thing, to make the transition because I'm kind of old school. I wanted to continue to just do radio because that's what I grew up with. Because my family didn't always have a television set. We didn't have anything to look at. We did have radio. It was always a radio around, for us to listen to, and it stimulated my imagination as to what radio could be. And now we live in a day and time where we can take radio into that place that we only imagined. And so here I am before you right now, um, doing radio and doing YouTube. Um, yeah, it's something. But also too, I want to thank my instructors who provided me with how to do this and that at the same time. This double dose that you're getting from me, I made sure because I wanted to be able to give the people who are watching a good experience as well as the people who are listening a good experience. And so my instruction came, and so that's why I'm able to give you a double dose. Let's jump into some music right now. And I'm going to come back because we're going to chat for a long time today. Let's jump into some music with one of my main man, that is, and supporter, Mr. Lynn Roundtree. Let's just go ahead and get some energy going. You ready? You rock my world. Bop, bop, bop. Lynn Roundtree is Lynn, the soul trumpeter Roundtree. So this whole smooth jazz thing, he brings a great degree of soul to it. He's never left that soul behind, and you'll hear it in how he plays. As you see, I have to continue to take notes, make notes, because I want this to be perfect. By the time we get to the fourth or fifth episode of me doing this here, I'm gonna have it down packed. And you might see some empty seats here, because pretty soon those seats are gonna be filled with guests. That's right, guests. I have some things that's gonna happen here that I've been talking to some people, some artists, but I want to perfect this. I want to get this to where um, it's flawless, so that it can complement the established and polished artists whose music that we play right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. I ask you again, you're going to keep hearing me say, please subscribe. Just hit that subscribe button and tell your friends to hit subscribe. That's right, subscribe. The more subscribers, the better. I'm going to take a minute for a drink of tea. How you feeling, YouTube audience? Hey, listen, at the let me see, I forgot that we moved up an hour, but at somewhere around 12:30, 1 o'clock, we're gonna be even be taking some phone calls. Okay, so I'll give you that information real soon. Give me a second. Let me stir my tea. And I'm drinking tea because so much tea has been spilt this year. On a whole lot of people. Ain't it something? Got off to a banging start, right? This year. But I'm enjoying it. I really am. Um, I remember Lynn Roundtree. I met him about when he was first, when he first came out. We were doing a gig in Phoenix. Uh, Him, Alon Trotman, Tony Exum, we were all together. And then when Lynn came to the Chicago area, I was talking to him about my views and everything on smooth jazz and the industry and whatnot. And he had me stage host a gig for him in Chicago. And at that time, it was him, Nate Harrison, and I think he brought what's his name, Dion, the sax man. Oh man, this show was so phenomenal. I'm telling you. And this is how I knew for sure after that show that Lynn Roundtree was the truth. Period. And I wanted to ask Lynn, and every time I listen to this song, whoever his guitar player is, this cat is so mean, and it sounds like he's playing a riff from Heartbreak Hotel. You'll hear it. You know, this next cat, I was just chatting with him a while back. He had a show on the Twin Cities Radio Network a few years back. Hopefully he'll return. Here's D. Lucas right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. D. Lucas is a very innovative sax player, another independent artist. But again, an artist who has supported the Twin Cities Radio Network. And so, you know, we support the artists that support us. That only makes sense, right? Yeah. Coming up at 2 p.m. is Jazz Reflections. If you can't reflect, you can't respect. Jazz Reflections coming up at 2 p.m. All right, let me see who I can see. I'm going to Facebook. And let me see who's there. Where you at? Just let me know. Hey, if you own your own, I will shout you out. Du, 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 du. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see, Dory. Yeah, you know I gotta send you a shout out. You and Brother Kamal. Also, too, I'm gonna be shouting out Facebook groups and everything. I mean, hey, we're gonna do some things while we're here. It's a brand new platform for me, and I'm hoping to be able to get innovative ideas from you as well. Something that we can do here to make your experience a little bit more pleasant. You know, not just me getting up and shaking my ass to somebody else's music, although every now and then I just might do that. But it's not just about that. I want to continue to inform you about some of the things that artists are doing and the way that they're moving. Unfortunately, these promoters, they don't advertise with us. And it's just not, you know, I just can't really give you as much information as I can because I'm not giving any millionaires free advertising. I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to deal with the people who support us. D. Lucas is the man. I'm so glad I got my own. So glad that I can see. All right, Facebook. Got y'all up. Let me go over here to the Twin Cities Radio Network's group page and see who I got creeping over there. Also, too, did you know that the Twin Cities Radio Network, we're also sponsors of the Jazz and Pink fan page. That's right, my girl Gail Johnson over there, Robin Bramlett. Oh yeah, Darlene Marino. Oh yeah, yeah, we do that too. Yeah, that's us. There are some groups that, in some pages that we couldn't, because I got lost. You know, I got hacked is what I did on Facebook, and you know we lost a lot of connections. But we're rebuilding, and here's what we're doing. We're also offering podcasts, video shoots, the whole 9 yards. The Twin Cities Radio Network. Hey, listen, we doing our thing in spite of. You might hear me complain, and no, the industry, smooth jazz, don't support us. But God is God, ain't he? Ain't he? Mr. Walter Beasley doing that for you. There's one other version of this song I like besides Denise Williams, and that's the one that Norman Brown did a version of this song, and he's got Denise Williams on the track with him. Ain't that something? He's got Denise on the track with him. I think I got that in here, and I might get that on a little bit later on today. In the meantime, as we are in this spring-like weather, the winter's been nice to us here in the Twin Cities, where normally we might be buried in snow or something like that. And it's been nice. It's very nice outside today. Sun is shining. Things are beautiful. I look forward to the spring because as I look outside, even though it's unseasonably warm temperatures, the thing is that the trees are not budding. And that's how you know when the weather is about to change. Because Mother Nature, or Father Nature for that matter, will tell you the truth. Watch those trees. They'll tell you what's up. But you can start getting prepared by cleaning out those attics, those garages, those basements. That work, go ahead and catch up on it. That way you'll have a smooth summer, I guarantee you. Oh, you're making some camera adjustments. Hopefully it'll make me look better, huh? Do I look any better? See, it's the first time for everything. And this is our first show. And got my engineer on deck making adjustments. You know, as I mentioned, I don't know if any of you had a chance to see the podcast that I did, but in that podcast, I mentioned we're a brick and mortar station. You know, we provide jobs for people. Okay, as people eat as a result of this station being up and running and doing what it does, and so to not be supported by the industry, but again, God has made a way. And I hope that you're enjoying what it is that you're listening to and what we're doing right here and now. Because we're going to have artists like you, even if you can't be here, we got the Google Meets, the Zoom, we can still bring you in here so that the world can see and hear what you're doing. You know, here's a smooth jazz group that has just made it happen even without horns. You know, without the horns. It's Foreplay right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network.
When you're talking, you're between songs, you're going on air, speaking.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I'm continuing to do, even when the music is playing, because what I'm gonna do? Get up and shake my ass?
No, I'm saying like live on that.
No, I'm only giving
YouTube?
the live feed to the YouTube audience because they're looking,
Yeah.
they're seeing. Anybody that's listening to the music, you will hear the music just as clean. You won't hear this conversation in the music. Unless you break in and listen to the simulcast that's on the Twin Cities Radio Network.
Right.
But the YouTube, this is a show, it's for show. For show. And Harvey Mason is the truth. Listen to him. You know, this morning I was just looking at a picture with my man, Jay Logan. He was with Bob James. And, you know, I thought about how Bob, who, you know, he's kind of a silent assassin. And I think about my good friend and dear brother Carlos Camilo had just did something with Bob James. And I think that he's a very, very selective type of artist, but I would be so interested to see what Jay and Bob Logan would what Bob James would come up with. Jay Logan and Bob James. I would be interested to see what he came up with. And that's the thing about music. Yeah. Being innovative, things could get a lot better. And that's why we're here. That's why we're continuing to evolve. Because some things are going to get better. And truly it will, because that's what it's made for. To evolve and to continue to evolve. I'm Wes Smooth, Twin Cities Radio Network, the simulcast. For those of you who are looking on YouTube, please subscribe. Hit that subscribe button, because we got some things in the works and we got some things planned. But we also, too, we're open to input. You know, what do you think could make your experience better? We're always tweaking. As you can see, we got our man, our engineers, study tweaking the camera. We're always looking to better ourselves. Okay. I'm gonna go to the YouTube channel and see how this looks. Oh, you want me to just go to the YouTube? You want me to? Oh yeah, I can't get up. Oh. All right, I can do that. That's the thing about, you know, technology. I can sit right here and see. Let me see who I see. Okay, here we go.
Tell them how they can find it if they haven't found it. Hit subscribe.
Well, when I do, I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna open it up, and I'm gonna tell all of the listeners that are on the radio.
Right there. See how it says live?
That's right, we are live. Okay, I'm looking at it myself.
Click on it.
This is that technology that. Nah, cause see then I'll get the two voices when I do that. Oh, we're evolving. We're evolving. We're gonna do this though. Okay, I'm looking at myself. You hear that? That's the blowback for me trying to look at myself on TV. That's something everybody always wanted to do, right? Here's Urban Nights on the Twin Cities Radio Network. We're evolving. We're evolving. Twin Cities Radio Network, live on the radio and on TV. Go to YouTube and please subscribe to our channel. All right, let me see. I'm on Facebook looking, I'm not stalking, but I'm just looking around and see who's what. You know, I'm always seeing these women with short dresses on and make videos. But I'll scroll past that. Scroll on past that to a couple of black and white pictures of Prince. I don't know if you've looked at my profile. Prince's sister and I are very, very good friends. She was here at my birthday celebration, and she's in a couple of the pictures. You know, should you care to go and look. She's coming to do some promotions with us because she is a accomplished pianist. She studied classic piano. The thing that you have to understand is that they share the same father, who is the tree. And Prince is just a piece of the fruit, just like she is. She's got some stuff that's out, and she's produced some groups. You'll see. coming up here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. We got so much coming. I mean, there's been a lot of things that's been at the door, and we've been just mostly kind of holding that stuff back because we were not ready. And so now it's kind of the floodgates are open, but we're going to try to control it, giving you a little bit at a time. A little bit, at a time. We're going to bring it on, and we're going to bring it full blast real soon. What are some of the phrases that men hate hearing from women? I'm West Speaks. On Facebook, you can get me there, or you're on our YouTube channel. What are some of the phrases that men hate hearing from women? Well, I'm going to tell you a phrase I hate hearing from anybody. One of them is, God don't like ugly. Seriously. And, you got to think that God created everything. What is it not to love? Excuse me. The instruction that I got for being able to do this while I'm doing this. See, usually when I'm just doing this, I could just be cool. I'm behind the mic. I can do whatever I want to. I can check in on some other things, that sort of thing. But now I'm gonna keep it active, and I'm gonna give you all the energy that I have. I don't have to just kick back behind the mic anymore. We can stay active. What do you got? What do you want to do? What do you want to talk about? Go into my inbox. Let me know. Say, hey, Wes, what about Yuya? I hope you're listening. Oh, yeah, we're doing this. Here's Boney James right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. Excuse me. A little bit of excitement in this studio. Hey, let me see. Oh, yeah, that's Dory Pride, my sister. Sending me a shout. Dory, well, I know you have already subscribed and you have been on our YouTube channel because you've always supported us from day one. And the thing is that your music is so genuine. Wow. Well, people, I'm telling you, go look wherever you look at for good music. And now she's got a website and everything. Go on Facebook and look for Dory Pride. That's Dorie. Pride. The sister is slamming. And I'm talking about when you got the right music and the right kind of lyrics, your song is saying something. You know what I mean? Because when it's structured and they go hand in hand, kind of like Dory Pride. Hey, Dory, and give my best to my brother Kamal. Indeed. I got a bunch of new music also too that I'm gonna play, and it's gonna come up right after I go to a break. You know, I got David Markham. A lot of people send me some new music, and when people send me new music, I like to play it for the most part. And so, as you can see, the work is engaging with the people on YouTube. Although while I was behind the mic, I was just cool. You know what I mean? I didn't have to do all of this talking and that sort of thing. But I made sure I chewed up me some ginger root, keep my throat together. Yeah, we on the same page. We are. Uh, it's a double dose of green tea in there. 2 bags, double dose. Little honey, little ginger. We good. Coming up at 2 p.m. is Jazz Reflections.
One voice. It can get the point across, but it only carries so far. Add a voice. It's richer, louder, but that has limits too. Add a third voice. It's even more powerful. Add another, and another, and many, many more. And we are stronger than ever. That's the power of a community coalition. They help community groups, faith groups, civic organizations, PTAs,
Speaking.
employers, and many others in your community
It's peaking.
organize their resources and focus them where they're needed most, like fighting to keep kids away from
So
drugs.
should I?
Ask a group that you belong to if they should belong to a community coalition.
So should I take a little gain out of it and then it?
Visit
Okay.
helpyorcommunity.org and they'll tell you
All
exactly
right.
how your group can help.
Hey, you
That's
know, this that first time stuff, but you
helpyourcommunity.org
know,
because you get
we
more
gonna get it.
when we dance together. Brought to you by the Office of National Drug Control Policy and the Ad Council.
Walker West Music Academy, founded in 1988, is one of the oldest community music schools in the nation, established by African American musicians. Walker West's storied history runs deep in the cultural DNA of the Twin Cities. Walker West is engaging the community in new and important ways and will be looking for the support of donors to help expand and deepen its impact. As Walker West heads into its next 30 years, the organization has a plan to fund 3 pillars of its work for a community.
Walker West, one of our
investment
major
13
sponsors.
million. With each
It's a
area of this
musical
campaign,
institution
Walker West will acquire the means to
teaching
be a
kids,
community
teaching
destination
adults,
with state-of-the-art
read, write,
technology,
music, play
integrated and
instruments,
flexible
the whole
spaces that
9
are
yards.
culturally
I am
relevant and
proud
uplifting
to
for
be sponsored
generations to
by
come. For
Walker
more
West and
information on
proud
how you
to
can
represent
donate or
them
join this
here on our
campaign,
station.
go to walkerwest.org/capital-campaign or give us a call at 651-224-2929. Walker West Music Academy, where music and education harmonize.
And once again, thank you for tuning in to the Twin Cities Radio Network. And thank you for tuning in on our YouTube channel as well. We ask that you subscribe if you are watching. And for those of you who are listening to us, please go to our YouTube channel. It's TCRN underscore studios with an S or hyphen. You know, so you know what? My engineer is correcting me. Some people say dash, period. And I like to keep it simple. So there it is. Um, and make sure that you subscribe. You know, yeah, make sure that you subscribe. Here we are. This is our first live stream show. That this is where I come from behind the mic, but I stay behind the mic. But nonetheless, here it is. I'm out here talking to people who are viewing us via our YouTube channel, and it's cool. It's cool, and I really like the preparation that I made, but then, to do this, but sometimes even in the preparation that you make, there are still some things, and I know that there will be about maybe 2 or 3 times, before I have this perfected. This part I got, no problem. But it's to keeping the attention and um, continuing to engage those of you who are watching. That's the work. Y'all work. And that's what it has. It made me work. But I made sure that I got some further instruction, that I may be able to do this in a way um, that is pleasing and engaging with you. I know that here we are on a beautiful Sunday like today, and I met some wonderful, wonderful people, especially during the month of February. And this is March, and it's International Women's Month. I s- I have seen some of the most beautiful, beautiful women, and I don't just mean physical beauty, but I also mean that their spirit and personality spoke to me in a way, that accented how beautiful that they really are. And I know that if it was not for a woman, that I wouldn't be anywhere. I wouldn't be, sitting before you today. Um, I'm going to, in a while, once I hook this up and everything, I might even take a couple of phone calls so that I can talk to some of you and find out what's on your mind on a day like today. What are you doing? You know, what do you want to do? That sort of thing, so that we can make this a totally engaging type show. As you see some empty seats here. These seats are for you. You could be on here. And even if you're not here, we can have you here and we can make sure that our listening audience will see you here. Ain't technology something? Here I was behind the mic, being all cool and everything like that, could be raggedy or whatever. All I had to do was put it into the mic. But now, well, I need to be presentable and stuff like that, and that's your fault. Um, but it's all good in the neighborhood. You're tuned in to the Twin Cities Radio Network. Let's jump back into some music right here on Smooth Jazz Sundays. You good? Good.
Hello, this is Henry Mixon. I'm Anthony Sticks Payton. And Earl Rice. And we are Blend Jazz. You're listening to the best of contemporary and indie jazz with your DJ host, Wes Smooth, on
Thank you,
Twin
Henry.
Cities Radio
Thank you,
Network.
Earl.
Enjoy the music. Have a jazzy day.
Man, I couldn't begin to tell you about the relationship with myself and Nick Coleon, whose music is currently playing in the background. He kind of brought me into the forefront of what they were doing. Working with him, he was like a brother, and I was honored to carry his guitar for him. That was something that nobody did. Um, he's from the west side of Chicago, just like me, and he was just an overall good brother. And I can say to you, if you ask anywhere around the industry about Nick Coleon, you won't hear anything bad about him at all. I mean, some guys like to play golf. Nick was a fisherman, loved to fish. Hey, if he wasn't playing that guitar, he might have been somewhere fishing. And when he got a chance to play in cities where it was warmer at, you could best believe he was trying to book a little fishing, getting a little fishing in there at the time. Um, love to him, peace be upon his soul, to him and Carol Ray. These are some people who brought me into this whole other side of smooth jazz. And it enabled me to see a whole lot of things about artists, how some things work, and that sort of thing. And I guess that's why I'm sitting right here right now, because I had to figure some things out for myself. How y'all doing? You all right? Tell your friends that we're doing it here on Smooth Jazz Sundays like nobody else is doing it. What can we do for you? I'm gonna look and see who we got. My man Nick Corleone. Here's my man, the Elder Statesman. This is an early one by him. I call him the Elder Statesman. It's Gerald Albright right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. Boy, that man. Mm. It's magic in his sax. Magic. Gerald Albright, one of those Berkeley College kids has been around and around. I think him, Ungudu Chancellor, Patrice Rushen, all of them had a group. In fact, if you ever listen to Forget Me Nots, that's Joel Albright doing the saxophone solo on there. Yeah. And this is a Gerald had some hair Albright. Yeah. Um, Joel Albright is a wonderful, wonderful man. Now, he's one of those golfers, too. But a wonderful individual, very, very gracious, has played with everybody, including Earth, Wind, and Fire. He's Anita Baker's favorite saxophone player, but I mean, he's lent his horn to so much music that it's not even funny. Look it up. You'll see why I call him the Elder Statesman. Gerald and his horn, they've been in places that we probably just dreamed of. I enjoy so much listening to that. I mean, it's just magic. Nobody does it like him. All right, hit me up on Facebook and let me know which one you're doing. Whether you're on YouTube or whether you're on the simulcast on the radio. Let me know. West Speaks, West Smooth, one and the same person. Oh, I see my son Derry. He said he got us live too. That's right. Love you, son. You're listening to Dad's debut. From behind the mic to in front of the camera. Okay. Coming up behind me is DJ Smooth Jazz. That's right. That's coming up at 4. He'll be doing his thing. Got that Smooth Jazz Journey. Asking a rhetorical question of, can you handle the smooth?
your channel, and then
Okay.
pull up.
Okay.
Just turn the volume off on the screen.
Hey, you learn something all the time. I'm learning. Let me get some of this. What I'll be multitasking.
That one over there. Now put the volume to music.
There we go.
Now you see on the right side.
Okay, I see it now. I'm looking at it. And again, I already know, hey, it costs you $10 to wave on here. $10.
It costs you more for me to be here.
That's true. That's true. Costs me more. But that's the thing. We pay people. We are a brick and mortar station, a real radio station. We're not doing this out of somebody's garage or bootlegging anything. It's all good in the neighborhood, and this is how we roll. So we definitely need your support. Here's my man, the #1 indie artist all the way over there in England. Here's Mr. James Kohler. Okay, let me go back over here. Let me see. And I already knew, Dory. I knew you were there. I knew you were there. Again, love to you and the brother Kamal. Oh, so let me see. Dory says it's cool. She's feeling the show, that she's listening from Facebook, but then she realized that she can watch it too. uh, so I want to be able to offer where both sides are interesting, as to, no matter how, if you listen or if you watch. Okay, I mean, I ain't much to look at, but what do you do, right? For those of you who are watching, leave us your comments. I will definitely read them as we are live. Okay, and make sure you subscribe. For those of you that are on Facebook, you can send me a message instantly. Wes Speaks. I'm there too. I'm checking it all out. Yeah, they're stretching me out, but it's all right though. It's stretching me out. Oh man, do we ever got some things coming up? I love being able to have something and being as plain as I am right here and right now. There's a lot of room for improvement. Like I said, I got a seat for you. Got a seat for you too. And a seat for you. Okay? That's right. And if you're not sitting here, in here, I can put you on the big screen and we can have that conversation. I don't want to do that. Nah, I don't want to do that. That's too much going on. Being live on Facebook. I never did live on Facebook because ever since they came up with the live Facebook thing, I've always had the station, so I can go live when I want to here. But I just didn't really never see a real need for it to go live. It's okay to make a video and show it. I don't know. I mean, I'm a guy that don't have a tattoo either, so what do you do, right? All right. Let me see what I got here. I'm your guy. I'm gonna do this jazz thing for you. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm that guy, the jazz man. I was a little bit more into rock when this song came out. I was a lot into it. But I do remember that Tom Scott was the saxophone player on this song. And this song had a message to it. And as I got on in years, I realized who the jazz man was. That he is I and I am him. And I've always aspired to be that guy. Ah. Excuse me. Some of the funniest stuff on Facebook. It says, I'm reading something that says, stop letting the funeral home plan your family reunion. Wow. I mean, I'm laughing. It's not funny, but it's funny, but it's not funny. Right, handling this radio business right now. Mm. Don't forget, PM, it's Jazz Reflections. If you can't reflect, you can't respect. Jazz Reflections coming up at 2 p.m. right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. That's right, Twin Cities Radio Network, all the way to the world. We always have been, but now you got the visual. You got the visual now. What you gonna do with it? All right, let me check in on some people. I'm getting little notices saying check in. You know, it's funny because about 6 years ago, me and my musician friend, we were at a show, watching a show. It was a jazz show, and he brought it to my attention. He brought it to my attention something that I already knew, because over the last 15 or 20 years, whenever I go and see somebody play, in their set is a Stevie Wonder song. He asked me the question. He said, "Where would music be without Stevie Wonder?" And it's a good question. Now, this guy is a professor of music. You know, his name is Dean Brewington, saxophone player, writes the whole 9 yards. Real picky, real particular. You know, he doesn't really even go. He's one of those traditionalists that don't even really go for smooth jazz. He's traditional. But he asked me, where would music be without Stevie Wonder? And I thought about over the past 20 years how everybody has a Stevie Wonder song in their set. Someone has remade, you know. And so I propose that question to you, especially you artists. I know you've played a Stevie Wonder song in your set. Over the years you have. Ain't that something? To know that someone can contribute so much to this industry. And the thing about it is you don't feel like you're copying anything. You're just honored to play it, and you make your best effort when you do it. Second to him in um, artists who play a song in their set is Earth, Wind, and Fire. Almost everybody plays an Earth, Wind, and Fire song in their set as well. I'm Stevie Wonder, Earth, Wind, and Fire, and the third person I can't really say, but I know that those two, most artists are playing one of their songs in their sets, whether you're live, even if you've made an album or so, you've always included him. What can I say? Okay. Oh, my son, dear, love you, Dad. I love you too, son. And I'm glad that you're checking this out, you know, because we don't have, if I didn't have your support, I don't know what I'd do. Here's Najee right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. Yes, again, thank you, son. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that you're enjoying it. One day this might be you. It might be you. You might be the one doing this. You know, as I'm sharing this experience with you. You know, this being the first time that I'm doing this simultaneously with the radio. I mean, it's kind of cool, but the work, it's work, it's work. I just want to enjoy it in what I'm doing. Um, we've talked about doing some other things, but I have to do this first. I have to go through this, see how this feels for me as well. Oh, let me this pillow I got for a birthday present from my friend. I'm gonna advertise for her. She makes stuff like this. Let's see. She makes pillows. She calls herself Queen Stitch, and she makes pillows. She makes all kinds of stuff. I mean, just she can put anything on one. This is a sewing lady. I ain't gonna call her so and so, but she does so and so. When I talk to her, she's working on stuff. I'm gonna have her to reupholster this whole couch right here. I don't know if I can get this design like the Twin Cities Radio Network. I'm gonna have her reupholster this just like that. You imagine that the whole Twin Cities Radio Network thing right there. That's how incredibly talented that she is. Yeah. And so I can be plugging you too. And what it is that you do, if you are a supporter of the Twin Cities Radio Network, I'd love to. You know, because we got plenty of room because there are people in the industry, promoters and others that don't. So that leave us room for you. Ain't that cool? I was talking about Prince's sister a little bit earlier. She gave me some vinyl um, of an album that she just produced with another group because she's taken in talented. And when she came by here, she had his brother. His name is Mike. He's just, she says that he's got just as much talent as her brother. And she talked to us about how she helped shape her brother. She sure did. He used to live with her in New York. That's a whole nother story. I'm gonna let Sharon tell that story when she comes here. Let her do that. And that's just again, as I mentioned before, about there were so many things that we were holding outside the door that we weren't ready to do yet and such, but now we're in a bigger place and it's so much that we can do, and that's why we're open to ideas and such. I know I might look kind of lonely sitting here by myself, but that's how I always did my show. It was just me, and everything was what came to mind, what I thought. And so now, as the Twin Cities Radio Network and reaching a broader audience, we're open to some of your ideas as well. Hey, here's to my man, Mr. Brian Culberson, who I've known for almost about 25 years. I mean, hey, Brian, in spite of all of what's going on, I still play your music on my show, okay? Just so you know. This is Brian's sophomore album. I mean, he evolved. He took it up a level every trip, every trip. From the first one where, kind of like Prince, he recorded it someplace private and intimate, you know, and then in the next one, stretched out a little bit more. Like on this one, this was his sophomore CD. Um, this one had just came out when I seen Brian for the first time. It was a listener appreciation party. I see Yvette says she's listening in on her TV. Well, Yvette, you can go to YouTube and watch us on your TV as well. But I know you're not that technical. You might, but I'll bet you, if you go to YouTube, you can watch it. Oh, but wait a minute. If she's listening on TV, then she's probably listening to tune in and this, that, and the other. And so, what I'm saying right now, she can't hear it. Okay. Hey, I'm learning. Okay. Jerry Johnson, one of the best guitar players I have ever seen and have ever known. I just seen a post by him. Yeah, one of the best. Jerry Johnson, Chicago's own. Shout out to you. My man Winslow Ashby, who we are gearing up for a promotion campaign with him for his June 1st annual jazz show coming up at the Hopkins Performing Arts Theater. Winslow posted something that says, if you're interested You'll do what is convenient. If you're committed, you'll do whatever it takes. My man, Winslow Ashby. June 1st, coming up. You'll see the promotion. We just got to sit down and we're going to put some things together. A very, very, very talented individual. Um, he redid a song on uh, one of his albums, Artistry 2, and he redid one of the songs, and Ken Navarro played guitar on it. This is how incredibly talented that Winto is, and it goes to show you who's listening. When artists listen to other artists, that is a beautiful thing. And when artists collaborate with other artists, it's even more beautiful. Hmm. And once again, thank you for tuning in to the Twin Cities Radio Network. As we just want to stop for a minute and make sure that our listening audience who are listening on the radio that we could kind of stay with you because the YouTube thing is a lot of work. I am constantly engaging with those who are watching because they're not able to just listen to the whole song. Like I mean, they could listen, but I'm talking and running my mouth. That thing is it is a thing where to keep the viewers engaged. Um, and I mentioned it to him a little bit earlier that I had got some instruction on how to adequately, you know, carry this out when I'm doing it. Um, having having a visual audience as well as a listening audience, it's a transition for me, and I'm working it. If you think I'm doing a good job, let me know. Give me some encouragement because I am used to just being behind the mic and doing my thing and letting the music do the talking because I want everybody to know, and just for the record that um, I don't do, um, I don't want to interfere with the soundtrack over anybody's music. I'm that person who, I don't like to interrupt songs or anything. When I play the music, I play it flat out that you may hear and enjoy the song. I've always been like that, always have. And so it was kind of a challenge for me to come from behind the mic and to come before you. It wasn't something, I think it was because I'm a grouchy old man. It wasn't something that I really wanted to do. And I felt that having a visual would take away from the music of these wonderful, wonderful artists. And so, yeah, I had my apprehensions about this whole thing. However, I had a friend who was encouraging me. His name is Ralph. He's a filmmaker. And he was saying to me, he says, Wes, that's what's happening now. People need to have a visual, you know. And so at first I was thinking, well, maybe I could just give them a semi-visual, like that. And it was like, nope, nope. It's and this is what we have evolved to right now. And so I guess I just couldn't stay being old-fashioned, I guess, you know. And for the most part, it's an experience for me right now, and I hope to perfect it and be able to provide you with um, an engaging visual experience as well as the music experience that we have been accustomed to doing. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. And so, yeah, as you can see, I'm here by myself, doing my thing, but I love what it is that I do, and I want to try and take it a step further. And this is that step. This is it. This is that step further. And, I hope you enjoy what's going on. Okay. All right, let's jump back into some music right here on Smooth Jazz Sundays. But don't forget, coming up at 2 p.m., and I'm watching the clock because we didn't set the clock up. Didn't set it up. But I'm going to go do that even while I'm doing this. Coming up at 2 p.m. is Jazz Reflections. Remember, if you can't reflect, you can't respect. Jazz Reflections coming up at 2 p.m. right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network.
Hi, this is smooth jazz guitarist Michael Walker, and you are listening to West Smooth on the Twin Cities Radio Network.
What time is it? 17?
114. Twin Cities own Walter Chancellor Jr., my man. He'll be here. Trust me, he'll be here. Walter Chancellor Jr. This is called Time to Chill. Walter along with Chris Big Dog Davis. Hmm? Oh, God. My engineer over here, you know, my engineer who is primarily responsible for making this happen. He was just making sure that he got his credit. That's Icky. That's the man. Brandon, we call him Icky. He's the man. I'm telling you. The man behind the scenes that's doing this thing. Yeah. So we'll make sure. He got an appearance on camera. That cost him $25, but, you know, we'll see about that. Uh-oh, I'm getting some messages. Let me check them, okay? I'm going to check these messages. Hi, it's my sister, Dory. And she's welcomed me to jumping out of the box. I guess, you know what, sis, now that you mention it, I guess I was kind of boxed in. Every Sunday, I was right there. I guess you might be right. And she said it's cool. So she's got vocal lessons and other stuff that will require her to focus on and everything. So she's got to get out of here and do her thing. But sister, thank you for the support. Thank you so much for the support. I really, really, really appreciate it. As always. And of course, you know you're going to be here too. Yes, you will. Because we have to put you on the big screen so that everybody can see you. It's going to happen. So take it easy, sis, and I will talk to you soon. Let me see. Yvette says she is on YouTube watching me right now. You watching me right now on your TV? Okay, then. Well, that's good. That means you done made the switch just like I have. You know, when you find somebody older than you that can get with this technology, hey, I guess I'm in the right company. And I'm very glad that you were able to share this experience with me. It's my first time. So I have lost my virginity here today, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't even really realize it. But I'm cool. Walter Chancellor, yes, sir. That's right. If I have to, well, he's taller than me and everything, but if I have to grab him around the ankles and bring him here, I'm going to have him sitting here with me on a Sunday doing a whole show. Yeah. Yeah. At least, or at least I'm going to have him here for an hour or so. Also coming up for us here, we're going to have the Artist Spotlight. And I've been talking to a few people as guests. And I'm going to tell you, give you maybe a little sneak preview about a couple of people that I've talked to who's going to be here. And then we will be open to some of your suggestions as well. Shouts out to my man, Rob Lloyd. That's right. He's taking it easy today. He is in the Big Easy as well. All right, here's Norman Brown right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. Norman Brown was just a wonderful dude. Never turned me down for anything I asked. Always puts on a good show. Always. He leaves it on the stage. I'm hoping, and I'm saying to you too, that Norman Brown can return with his Summer Storm tours. Yep. Storm and Norman. I hope that he can return. If it hadn't been for Norman, I would have never gotten it. Do you know I would have never gotten an opportunity to meet and say hello and hug Brenda Russell? Brenda Russell. That's right. She was with Norman Brown. I was able to give her a flower. No, she gave me a flower. Somebody gave her a dozen roses or a couple of dozen. She gave them out to people. She gave me one. Brenda Russell is music royalty. I mean, she's wrote songs for some of everybody, not just her own stuff. Earth, Wind, and Fire, just some of everybody. And if it had not been for Norman Brown, I would have never had seen her. I didn't see her back in the day. I think I seen her on something, but having an opportunity to meet Brenda Russell, I'm telling you, it was like a moment of my life. You know, it only lived next door to meeting Valerie Simpson. I kid you not. Music royalty. I'm talking about real music royalty. If you can understand what music royalty is, those two ladies that I just named here in International Women's Month, they sit alone. Yeah, in a class by themselves. Indeed. And so going back to Norman, I remember when Norman, he brought Peabo Bryson, I think, was on that particular tour. I believe so. The other woman that he brought, I would have never got to see her unless it was Patty Austin. Norman had Patty Austin on the tour with him too. See, those three women that I just named, though Valerie wasn't with Norman, but Brenda Russell, Patty Austin, I'm gonna just say, get out of here. Get out of here. Some of the most incredibly talented women that ever graced this game, ever. And I just pray that, that they're comfortable in where they are right now, because they have given so much to this industry. And at any given time that I can give them their flowers, and I hope that you'll perhaps, ever. I know this past July, I made it my business last July. I went to New York for the first time. And one of the things that I wanted to do was to go and eat at Ashford and Simpson's restaurant. And I got a chance to do that. I mean, Valerie wasn't there, but I had a chance to meet Valerie, and I had a chance to give her flowers as well, dozen roses. That's how you pay tribute to music royalty. Speaking of royalty, here's Roy Ayers right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network, bringing you some warm vibes. You think I got it? Splitting this radio thing with this YouTube thing? Yeah, I'm kind of old school, kind of old fashioned, but the thing is I have a lot of respect for the pioneers, the people who just paved the way, just paved the way. And with that being said, I have been in some conversations, messages, conversations, not actual verbal, with the original saxophonist, Pamela Williams, and I'm looking to bring her here full blast. Um, the word's gonna go out. I got a date, and I'm gonna pitch the date to her, and see if that's a time that she could, you know, be on. Yes, the original saxophonist. Um, oh, see, now you know I got to play some saxophone. Um, she when I first saw her, my sister had took me to a Patti LaBelle show downtown Minneapolis, and there was this female saxophone player I'll never forget. Had on a gold lame, short dress, hair was cut low, and she was wailing, and she had my attention. Big legs, she had my attention. But then she had several solos, and the saxophone was a part of the whole show, in Patti LaBelle's music. And I mean, she got down. And I told my sister, I said, this lady here is gonna be something. Here, she's bad. That's all I can say. So a little bit of time passed, and um, I was listening to Babyface. She's the saxophone player on For the Cool in You. She's working with him. And to go on, as I continue to read about her, she's an accomplished painter as well, and has produced some marvelous works. But Patti LaBelle and Tina Marie was buying up herself before she could even get it out and whatnot. But I think she has probably worked on some more stuff. I'm gonna ask about that. Um, but next thing I know, there she was doing something solo. The original saxophonist. She came before, so just think about it. Just think about it. Yeah, getting her here, so I can talk to her and just find out what is going on with her. I mean, she's bad. She's so bad. I think I found this much out. I think that she started playing the saxophone. She was mimicking Grover Washington's Mr. Magic. Enough said. Stay tuned. Stay tuned is all I can say. This Tito. I talked about her, so I had to play her and everything. The original saxophonist, original. That's right. There's no other. Pamela Williams, right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. Peanut butter crackers. You don't want to spoil my dinner. You know what I mean? So the protein is healthy. and the salt helps my voice a little bit. How am I doing? Let me know. Put it in the comments. I hope you don't mind. Peanut butter crackers. I was good for everything. Oh, okay. I got some music. Matter of fact, let me go and do this all the way. Now, Pamela's got a daughter. Her name is Di Sky. And here's her song. It's called It's Too Late. And Pamela is playing saxophone on this cut. Boy, she's so funky, it ain't funny. Excuse me. All right now. Just checking some messages and such. And today is my man Roberto Restuccia's birthday. He's also a Pisces. Pisces love to you. Very wonderful rendition of the Carole King hit "It's Too Late." You know, Isley Brothers did it. And, you know, so I got some more new music. Here's David Margam featuring Roberto Vasquez right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. And I've got more new music too. Let me see, I got something from Lynn Roundtree, and I also got something from Ellis Hamilton. Hey, it's a job, and I'm doing my best. All right, friends. All right. I'm trying to get you to subscribe some more. I need more subscribers. Okay. Just reading some messages and stuff. Some of them kind of personal. I don't want to put them out there, that sort of thing. But um, this is the weekend anniversary. Back in 1985, the song "We Are the World." Everybody had got together to do that. Let me see. That's what. Oh God, I mean, Bob Dylan, Huey Lewis, Kenny Loggins. Everybody was the Pointer Sisters. That's almost 30 years. 30 years ago, and all of that was for the people in Somalia. That's what it was for. Yeah. You hear a sound that tish tish. That's the drum brushes is what it is. Mhm. Najee, I was with Najee last month, as a matter of fact, and we were talking, and he told me that he's got his own record label out, and that he's going to send me some music for some people that's on his label. And the first offering that he sent me is this guy. His name is Ellis Hamilton. He's a protege of Nazis. And I wrote back to him and I told him, I said, hey, this guy is something. So we'll be hearing a little bit more from Najee and his record label. I'm so glad that he has one because, there's a lot of these artists, and I'm gonna be honest. I was sitting looking at Lionel Richie sitting up on this show, um, being told who gets a record deal or who gets a record, who is talent, and here he is, an institution, a legend, and I wonder why he doesn't have a record label or something. And I know it's somebody. I know it's a lot of people in Alabama that he could probably be putting on and doing something for helping to that degree. But instead of sitting in a chair and getting a check, you could be writing your own check. If I had ever achieved the degree of fame or had half the amount of talent as a brother like him, I would definitely be sharing it with other people, but not through an outlet of a game show, so to speak. I'd be right there in the trenches helping to develop artists to get their thing together and whatever it is that they needed from me. Hey, that's just me, and you're on YouTube watching me, so I got to talk to you about something, and those are things that are on my mind for sure. Or I could sit up here and eat peanut butter crackers. Tell your friends to tune in. That's right, I'm talking to you. Tell them to tune in. That is Ellis Hamilton. Again, he's on Najee's record label. I had mentioned to the YouTube audience that last month when I was with Najee, thank you, Najee, for allowing me to be your guest at show that he put on that was impeccable. The man has still got it. I remember um, when I stage hosted for Najee back in 2017. I said to him, I said, when I'm playing your music, I said, I always say this about you. And this is what I say about him. I always say that Najee's been doing this even while some people were still doing disco. And so he looked at me and he said, okay, yeah, okay, you can say that. You can say that. And he said he just had to think for a minute about how old that made him. And so he said that, and thinking that, he said, well, that means I must be old too. So I said, wait a minute. But nonetheless, yeah, last month he was telling me about he has his own record label. He recognized our efforts to try and uh, play the music of independent artists as much as possible. He recognized that we're not supported by the smooth jazz music industry as we could be, or as we should be for that matter. And we spoke, and he says, hey, look, you know, we're not as large, but nonetheless, we will support you as much as we possibly can. And that offering that you just heard, Ellis Hamilton, is a result of his record label. And yes, I will. I will definitely continue to support him. Let's see. It's about 1:45 here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. Got about 15 minutes before we jump into Jazz Reflections. Okay, so we're going to jump back into some music in just a minute.
Acceptable to call me a nigger.
It's not acceptable to call me a spick.
To call me a chink.
To call me a fag.
It's not acceptable to call me a cunt.
And it's not acceptable to call me a retard or call yourself or your friends retarded when they do something foolish.
The R word is the same as every minority slur. Treat it that way and don't use it.
Spread the word to end the word.
And once again, thank you for tuning in to the Twin Cities Radio Network. Here's one, George Duke, right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. This is so elegant. I play this when I'm doing a lot of, like when I'm doing cocktail parties and such. George Duke was just way ahead of his time, and he could play any kind of music that it was, any kind. Mm, 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 mm. So one of the things too, again, as I mentioned before, to keep this open as to where if there is some suggestions that you might have that you feel that you would like to see on Smooth Jazz Sundays, we are definitely open to it. Make sure that you go to info@twincitiesradionetwork.com and you can send us that information. We'd be glad to hear from you. We would. Mm. Uh, let's see. It's March, but it still feels like spring, and I'm cool with it. I'm cool with how it's feeling outside. I've had no complaints, and I've had a lot of minimal conversation in regards to the weather. I always say it's good, and I keep on going because I don't want to jinx anything. I heard somebody say that somebody said that it's gonna snow. Y'all can y'all can have that down there in Chicago somewhere. Not here. Now, why would somebody do that? Yeah, the fuck is it? That's how I answer the phone. Look, I'm live on YouTube. I just wanted to do that to you because you're calling me while I'm on the air. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It ain't funny, why you. But huh? That's right, you are. And I'm all look. Listen, I'm all mic'd up and everything too. So you better watch yourself and watch how you talk to me. But listen. I'm gonna call you back after 2 o'clock once I spin jazz reflections and whatnot. And yeah, you can tune in. Talk to you soon. Thank you. Nathan East. What can you say? Bad bass man. Okay. Ooh, got. Oh, I'm getting you guys ready. This Jazz Reflections is no joke. Oh yeah, we getting there. We're getting there. Yes. Who are some of your favorite artists? Yeah, tell us. Tell us that. You know, and as we continue to develop this portion of what it is that we do, maybe we can get some of that in. You guys ready for Jazz Reflections? Remember, if you can't reflect, you can't respect. Ooh, Nathan East. Oh, Nathan East. That's right, formerly of Foreplay, right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. Giving you a double dose of this smooth jazz. One, we hitting you right here on the radio station at TwinCitiesRadioNetwork.com or just Twin Cities Radio Network. And then it's TCR hyphen studios on YouTube. That's right. Click the link, come on, and that way you can see what we're doing as well. Right now, it is that time. That's right, for one of my favorite segments on Smooth Jazz Sundays. And this is the first time that it'll be live, but I'm going to leave it. I'm going to let the music do itself. I cannot do a Jazz Reflections hardly. I think I've only done it maybe about twice in about 6 years that I've done, maybe 3 times that I've done a Jazz Reflections segment without playing Ramsey Lewis. So, I- okay. Anyway, we're going to have it. I'm going to kick it off with Ramsey Lewis right here on Jazz Reflections. Remember, if you can't reflect, you can't respect. Jazz Reflections right here on the. Do I look cool doing this? This is Maurice White and Ramsey Lewis. Earth, Wind, and Fire and Ramsey Lewis. It even has a Earth, Wind, and Fire lyrics. Ba, 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 ba. Respect. Am I jazzy enough for you? Now this, I'm sorry, you can't have none. This is the Pound Cake Lady. And I got to give all props to the Pound Cake Lady. I mean, this is the bombest pound cake right here, what I'm about to have. She makes little short ones, so it's really just enough for me. So, I'm not trying to spoil my appetite for dinner, but, see, it's such a small cake that when you cut it, it's just little bites. And I can't, not really enough. I'm going to be taking phone calls. We come back at 3. No, I'm just saying I'm going to be taking phone calls. I got to walk away. So my thought is I should close this while I'm gone so that one of y'all won't try to sneak in here. And I ain't got to put it up now, Lord. Hey, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to just unplug the mic. Can I? Right? No, I'm going to take it out. That way I'm no mistakes.
When I first saw you there, you were looking good on the soul train. Oh, keeps looking for you. I saw you there. You were spinning, dancing everywhere. I thought to myself, she was so fine, the way she moved. What she needs of me. Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. We go cry, come on, dance. girls falling from the sky. But in the dense rainforest heat, somehow I landed on my feet with the will to survive. And in the heart of darkness, without a chance of rescue, I never quit, I just refused. I thought of you. Somehow I knew I'd find you, following my heart's compass. That your love was leading me back to you. Now the ordeal is over. Now I can feel your heartbeat. Your love is leading me back to you. Your love is leading me back to you. Daylight began to show. A jungle painted by Rousseau. I walked around in circles, lost above the spider monkey's laugh at my fate below. But in the heart of darkness, without a chance of rescue, I never quit, I just refused. I thought of you. Somehow I knew I'd find you, following my heart's compass. That your love was leading me back to you. Now the ordeal is over. Now I can feel your heartbeat, and your love is leading me back to you. But in the heart of darkness, without a chance of rescue, I never quit, I just refused. I thought of you. Somehow I knew I'd find you, following my heart's compass. That your love was leading me back to you. Now the ordeal is over. Now I can feel your heartbeat. Your love is leading me back to you. Your love is leading me back to you, to you. Your love is leading me back to you, to you. Your love is leading me back to you.
How long before you go back online?
Preach. Unless I come on sooner.
And then you're doing what, 3 to 4?
Yep, that'll be it. I got this. But then I got DJ Smooth Jazz from 4 to 6, so I might lay here for a little.
You're not gonna broadcast live though. Live
I'm gonna bring him on at 5, and then I'm gonna get home.
I'm talking about like YouTube.
Sure, when I come back, or the next show.
Like what? How are you doing?
Other guys'
YouTube
show
3
is
to 4?
pre-recorded. I'm gonna get home and do it. What I need to be doing is getting this shit off of my truck. Go use the bathroom and come on back. Then I'll holler at you when you get back.
Fuck you all. Go get that shit out your truck. Oh, lazy motherfucker. Good, let me give me a video. Oh, I got a long sleeve shirt. I just gotta get a big long sleeve polo. I got a 3X for your bitch. I'll go pull up to the fucking sidewalk. I'll be in your When you come back on YouTube from 3 to 4,
Hey, next week, Saturday and Sunday. Hats and crafts. Let me see something.
Arts and crafts or
Hats and crafts.
arts and crafts? How long do you say?
I'm thinking of from 11, you know, cause Sunday I'll be in here for the most part.
About 5 minutes.
Yep. Do I got what? No, I'm gonna put it on in a minute. Yeah, it's in the front of me though. Let me get off this hoodie. Oh. Shit, my office laying there pretty warm now, boy. Yeah, my new shit'll be in here tomorrow, so I made a few dollars yesterday, selling my shit. And so I get my new shit in tomorrow. My re-up. Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute, let me hold things up. And ready? Okay. Ooh, once. Ooh. Let's see here. That's more like it. That's more like it. Hey, okay, that's all right. Hey, first time, you how it is. It's the first day, we're getting some things together. Jazz Reflections. If you can't reflect, you can't respect. Jazz Reflections right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. Glad and hope you liked that particular segment. We got to always kick it back, do the throwback thing, sometime. Yeah, we do. Um, uh, what can I say? And doing this on the first day, doing it like this is rare. I'm getting a little bit used to it. I know I wanted to. Yes, I definitely want to talk about our guest who was here. Want you to visit St. Paul, who were here on Thursday on our community show. They have so many things, to do in St. Paul that even some people that live in St. Paul have not yet done. There's all kinds of stuff. Um, just up and down the river. There's walks that you can do. There's some exploratory stuff that you can do. Different buildings, different places that you can go just to explore St. Paul a little bit more. And also, if you have an event coming up, and on the website of St. Paul, it puts you in the eye of tourists. Well, you will. Um, I had mentioned that Princess Big Sister, who is Sharon L. Nelson, kind of named after their dad, and just wanted to let you know that we um we love and support her, and she's also an accomplished producer in what it is that she does. She produces other groups and other talent. I know she left me with this album when she was here for my birthday. It's called Game Over, and this is featuring This is featuring NRG Mike, Energy Mike, and this is Rocking on the High Seas. Energy Mike was here as well um, the other day. Picture him and stuff. And this is all produced by Sharon L. Nelson, who is Prince's big sister, uh, an artist in her own right, an accomplished piano player, classically trained, and everything. And has got an ear and got her own little studio at Paisley Park that she does her thing at. And so you might want to check up on her. Let me see. I do. Let me see. I know I got an email on Twitter. It's at Sharon. Uh, Not underscore. What's the lower one when the thing is on the bottom? That's underscore L underscore Nelson. And I think that's Instagram. It's at I am Sharon L. Nelson. And Facebook is Sharon Nelson. You want to check her out. Check her out. This is Prince's big sister. And I'm telling you, and, that you see here, he's on the other side of this album. She said this guy was just as talented as her brother. He was here with us, just as talented. And I played one of his songs that he sent me, and I'm gonna play another one probably a little bit later. But I'm gonna have them here, sitting here. That's right, in those seats, so you have a chance. In fact, I'm hoping to be able to solicit some questions um, in advance that you might want to ask. Is that cool or what? Huh? Yeah, you definitely. Hey, listen, we got some up here at the Twin Cities Radio Network, but it ain't about this pound cake. Just so you know, it's not about this at all. Don't yeah, right. Don't even no, not at all. Um, as I think about it, in our efforts to serve you better, there's so many things that I want to do. There's so many things that I could do, but then too, we are going to also welcome your input. That's right. Welcome your input into some of the things that we do. We want to be Your station. We're your station for innovation. But the thing is we want to do what that station, that subscription station that you pay for, you don't get to be involved in that. You just listen to what they play and that's it. They don't talk to you. They don't go to your Facebook groups. They don't do any of that stuff. Okay. And you still pay them to be dictated to. All right. But here you have input. I'm not just saying, I'm telling you. Okay. It's a difference. I'm telling you. So, your station for innovation right here, the Twin Cities Radio Network, looking to serve. That's right, in the best way that we can. Let's jump back into some music right here. I'm not even going to a commercial. I'm jumping right back into some music here with some vintage Jazz Crusaders right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. Smooth jazz sound. Okay. Okay, Icky, what did I do? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Display. Nothing.
Okay, it's on display. Oh, crossfader.
From the auto. But when it was on auto, remember that. See? When you're doing it the first time, so I remember that. When we go from auto, the crossfade has to be in there. Hope you're hearing it now. Yeah. The Crusaders, or the Jazz Crusaders, and then just the Crusaders. And when I talked to Joe Sample, Joe said this music wasn't smooth jazz, that he never was, and that one thing that he really couldn't tolerate was having his music put in a box. What could I say? He's the man. I mean, what could I say? And he only really uttered some of the same sentiments that a few other artists have said too, how the industry put their music in a category that was invented. Just saying, artists are artists. They know what they're doing. They generally do. They know what they're doing. And so you don't hear me saying anything else behind it. They know what they want to do with their music. And that's the reason why I had a problem with this part of it, the YouTube part of it, because I never wanted to interrupt the artist's music. I thought that the visual would be a distraction from the music. That was how I always thought. I guess I'm kind of old fashioned in that. However, I know a lot of things have changed. And the compromise for me, because one, I don't want to be a distraction for artist music because these are complicated, hard to bring this music to us. So I didn't I've never wanted to be a distraction. That's why I don't talk during the time that an artist music is being played. So the compromise for me doing this was that I was still able to simulcast and play their music on our radio station, uninterrupted from this conversation that we're having on YouTube. Um, that was it. You know, that was enough for me, and that's why I'm here today. It took some persuading. You know, I've seen a lot of other people dancing to other people's music, putting themselves in front of artists' music. That's something I never wanted to do. I never wanted to put myself in front of their music. I wanted the music to always speak first and foremost. And that's why I stayed behind the mic as opposed. I've never even done a Facebook Live. Never. Never have. And so here we are now. Again, as I mentioned before, the compromise is that I'm still able to give a whole show here on the radio without interrupting music. I'm only talking to you, the people who have the visual. I guess you're kind of distracted anyway when you're looking. But I will tell you this, music is what feelings sound like. It is. It really is. It's what feelings sound like. And with respect to the artists who make this music, I never want to step on anything that you do, that you want your listening audience to hear. So this is the compromise. I hope it is, definitely, I hope it is pleasing to artists. So this way I can do what I'm doing, bob my head, enjoy the music how I want to, because I know I'm not distracting you from. If you want to hear the music, soundtrack is right here. Twin Cities Radio Network. Ain't that wonderful? I remember when Spyro Gyra first came out. There was no such thing as smooth jazz. Never even heard of. Maybe 10 years away from it or so. And Jay Beckenstein, sax player, Spyro Gyra was just something new, and it was very, very, very refreshing. Something to listen to. Um, and for those of us who could appreciate instrumentals at that time, because disco and everything was happening when Spyro Gyra hit the scene. Yeah, all that was happening. And so that's why I applaud the people who were able to have an open mind in terms of music. Back then, when we had disco, we had the funk, we still had soul music, we had rock, we had hard rock, you know, and some of us were into it all. I know I was kind of into all of it because some great musicians came from playing rock music. In fact, some of them merged on into the smooth jazz thing. Let me see, case in point, um, um, what's his name? Who wrote, excuse me, he played with the Eyes of March, which is an old group that made Friendly Strange in the Black Sedan. He was also with Journey, and he wrote Eye of the Tiger. God, I was just with this guy in Chicago. I'll think of his name in a minute. I'll think of his name in a minute. Kind of slipped into it. Some other people who played instruments kind of slipped there. They went wherever the instrument took them, you know, which is kind of cool. And so this smooth jazz thing is a result of a whole lot of different genres or musicians from different genres. Like, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Brian Tarquin, Tarquin. See if I got Last Arabian Nights in here and everything for you to hear this guy. He was a rock guitarist. I think he went back to it. Um, Bad Man. Bad Man. Let me see. I got something by him. Tell me I got that song that I just talked to you about. And you may have heard it some time ago on the radio. He was in the smooth jazz genre, but he moved away from that and started doing some other things. I think he primarily went back to rock. But Goodbye is one that you might want to check out by him. Yeah, I'm gonna do something by him. But I don't have that one there. When you think back to that, if you looked at my podcast, in my podcast, I mentioned how do you erase a genre of music? Primarily, what I'm talking about is soul. How do you take away soul music while Aretha Franklin and James Brown is still living? How do you just eliminate that? Or what did you think you were doing? You thought you say R&B. I mean, soul was, I guess, that was black enough. You know, you know, I don't know if soul was soul enough, but soul music was like you had guys like Joe Cocker who was soul. You have um, Michael Bolton, soul singers, Average White Band, soul singers. But I'm wondering, how do you take away the category of soul music? Would you just make it disappear? What did you do with it? I mean, Billboard or whoever you are and everything. You done away with soul music, which is the root of a whole lot of things. It's a root of music. You've done away with. And while Aretha Franklin and James Brown was still living, it's still R&B. R&B. Do you think New Edition knows anything about the blues? I mean, let's take these groups that are in R&B. Keith Sweat, think he knows about the blues? R&B. Think of your R&B people. Jodeci, think they know anything about the blues? So, hey, I'm fortunate that I lived through soul music and that I was able to acknowledge what it was. And what it has become right now is smooth jazz, soul music, but yet how many versions of Stop Looking at Your Heart? I'm gonna wait. That's soul music, okay? And think of the countless other soul songs that have been made instrumental by smooth jazz artists. What you want to do? You know, um, when we talk about music, we really want to talk about music. You know, let's talk about what happened to soul music. Let's talk about it. Because for me, there has got to be some soul in it. I mean, some people replaced it with the funk. The funk. So this funk made it where anybody could just funk. You know what I mean? But I guess just couldn't know anybody do soul, which is where they were wrong at. When I listen to Michael sing, sings with so much soul. It's just, you know. Oh, again, we done something about it. We're putting together. We did a sample of it. It's called Soul School Saturdays. And on Saturdays, we're going to be playing soul music. We had Skip Martin, who gave us the sneak preview of his show. It's called Friends and Legends. And Skip Martin, he played with Kool and the Gang for about 10 years. And he's also the lead man with the Daz Band. You know, that's him. Let It Whip, that's him. And trumpet player. Somebody who knows about soul because he's played with some of everybody. He's in Australia right now, but look for Soul School Saturdays right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. We're doing something about it. Yeah, we're doing something about it. You know, you just can't take away summer. Take away soul music like that. And where'd you put it? I mean, where did it go? Where's it at? And that's why I really love when my man Lynn Roundtree, Lynn the soul trumpeter, you know, because he's kept that soul in his horn. Lynn the soul trumpeter Roundtree. I love you for that, brother. I love you for holding on to it. Oh, Brian Tarquin right here. This is a guitar player who was in smooth jazz briefly, and I think he went back. I was in contact with him about I don't know, might be 10 years ago. So he went back to playing rock. He's a hell of a guitarist. Brian Tarquin, Tarquin. You might want to check him out. I'd get to talking about soul music forever. I mean, you know, come on, come on. If it ain't got that soul, and soul is not a color, it's not. But somehow or another, the same industry that does not support us. So don't forget on Saturdays, it's Soul School Saturday. That's why we're gonna take you back. You know, because I remember some of the first saxophone players that I can remember was people like Junior Walker from Junior Walker and the All Stars. Though there was a lot of sax and horns and all of the Motown sound and such, you know, he stood out as a saxophone player. And he was a bad man. Bad man. Speaking of sax, Isaac Hayes is a saxophone player. You can't get no more soulful. You can't get no more soulful than Isaac Hayes. He was a saxophone player. Lionel Richie was a saxophone player before he started singing, you know, in the Commodores. He was a saxophone player. Some of you probably never had the opportunity to see him play the sax. When you knew Lionel Richie, he was writing songs and playing piano. He's a saxophone player. I remember when the Commodores were touring with the Jackson 5. Lionel Richie on saxophone. Didn't sing a note. Maybe some background. Ain't music wonderful? Do your due diligence. You know, I know I love music and it is the universal language, but it talked to me in a whole different way. I'm that guy that used to read album covers and every line of note, every credit, everything about it. I just did. I don't know. We were poor. We didn't have a lot of books, but uh, my music knowledge, I benefited from reading those album covers. Um, we talk about soul. David Sanborn, who I kind of put a tag on as one of the godfathers of smooth jazz. That man plays with so much soul, and I'm just glad that he and I are friends. Um, he is a protege of David Fathead Newman. That's why I call David Sanborn. I call him Fathead. Um, he plays so much soul. I, I can describe it, and if you've listened to him or if you listen, you'll know what I'm talking about. That's how it goes. And so when we do other music shows that we were doing, you know, we'll really get into some of this, you know, and you'll see that there's there's so much more than what meets the ear. Okay, yeah, there's a lot more than what just meets the ear. Now, I'm gonna play a little something. Just a second here. Let me key it up. You know, I was fortunate to have Stevie Wonder and Earth, Wind, and Fire in my life, and Elton John. Yep, I'm telling you, because they made music that made me sing, and it made my heart sing. You know, you can sing out your mouth, but when your heart sings, it's a totally, totally different experience with music. People that make your heart sing. For some, it was Frankie Beverly and Maze. This is this next song. This is a project that was did by Larry Dunn from Earth, Wind, and Fire. It's called Audio Caviar, and he collected a lot of artists together and put this together. This one is featuring George Duke. It's called Tile Dance. And I don't have to tell you, Larry Dunn is a bad man. That man takes his time and makes music that he makes. You know he knows music, but as a producer, incredible, incredible ear. And there's this. I think this is over 20 years old. And still today, I play it. And whenever I get a chance to him or his wife, if I get a chance on Facebook to speak to him, I always just tell them how much I enjoy this and will they make another one, another Audio Caviar. Larry Dunn. If you out there, ask Larry. Him and Louisa, much love to the both of them. Um, this is kind of what we need. Should have did this YouTube thing with me. I get to run in my mouth and talking about music is something that I can do forever. But having spoke to a lot of artists and such who love to talk about music, I've been engaged in a lot of those conversations, and it's something that I don't get to do here behind this mic, you know, because it's about this music. So I'm glad that my listening audience can still enjoy this while I talk to you. I go back to some of the Earth, Wind, and Fire songs, and I be listening to some of Larry Dunn's solos that he play. Um, you should do that too. You should do that too. You'll see why the man is this bad. And this is I don't know. I think this might be 20 years old when he brought this project together. I think he even used Al McKay and Howard Hewitt, used some other artists to put this together. Very serious. And then I remember seeing a video of Larry at the NAMM festival. Man, and I like his attitude. He just when he does something, I guess it can last this long. All right, let's see who's out here. And what can we say? George Duke. George Duke was phenomenal. Okay, we got messages. We got messages. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Wow, I'm getting a lot of comments on a old man's picture that I took. Uh, no. Okay, I'm looking for, let me see. I got a new one, I believe. Oh, you know what? I think he sent it to me on here from the big bass man out of Canada, Mr. Brendan Rothwell. And I knew he had sent me some new music. That's why I was quiet because I was looking for it. I don't, I don't lose music. And I wouldn't want anybody else to think that I lost their music. I don't do that. Let's see. That's right. Let me see. Yeah, it's him playing with Reza Khan, and there's another one, The Language of Love, him and Bob James. Now, Wesley, let's get it. All right, Mr. Rothwell, how am I gonna get this music? Let's see here. When it says share, if I can get it downloaded here. The big bass man out of Canada who supports us and has been since he's been on the scene. Um, always, always. Because if I don't get this, I'm gonna play something by him, and I try my best to play the music of the artists who support us. Yeah, I mean, you know, you got artists. I got artists did drops, just do some of everything, anything that we ask them. Okay, let me see now. I don't want to try that. And that's Reza Khan. And I got something from Reza. Hmm. Now, here's when I don't stop talking. It's when I get into my dear brother, um, Carlos Camilo. Um, and I always have to do a double dose of him. This is an artist who maybe about 7 or more years ago um, on the Twin Cities Radio Network, I was one of the first people. I was the first person to ever play his music on the radio. When I first heard his music, I hadn't played, you know, and I went looking for this guy. I wanted to make sure because we pay royalties for artists' music that we play. We pay for that. And I didn't want to cheat this guy or nothing like that. I was just digging his music. So I finally caught up with him and told him how much I liked his music and everything like that. And he just said, "Well, it's cool." You know. And I said, "Well, I want to be able to play your music on the air and everything like that." And he was like, "Yeah, it's cool. Go ahead." You know. Um, well, the rest is history. We've been we've been friends, and I went to Miami a couple times to visit him. And most recently, his work that he did with Bob James, he was nominated for a Grammy Award. And this man puts out music that you can just download for yourself. He has a YouTube channel that is just off the charts. Always sharing his music. Um, and I remember the first time I had him on the show, and the first song that I really liked by him, he told me what it meant, how he had wrote it for a friend. And in meeting this man, he's so spiritual and just so much got his feet on the ground. Um, and he's inspiring as well. I'm going to do this one by Carlos. It's called Beyond Your Eyes. Carlos Camilo. He turns the piano into magic, absolute magic. Magic. His fingers fly, literally. Coming up later today, it's Smooth and Tight on a Sunday night with my man, yo man, Mr. Rob Lloyd. Oh yeah. Okay, we got messages. All right. Okay. Ba-ba-da-ba-da.
You're listening to the Twin Cities Radio Network, inviting you to look out the window and see us on the horizon.
You're listening to the Twin Cities Radio Network, inviting you to look out of the window and see us on the horizon. Okay. Whew. You know, when I think about all that I can do in terms of music, and I've been just thinking about a lot of this today. This table right here. I'm gonna have a show where I'm gonna have prominent music people, people who know their music, talking about music, and I'd like to entertain subject of music that you'd like to talk about. The name of the show is going to be called Music Talks, Music Talk, and we're going to talk about it because there's a lot in music that we don't talk about. A lot of us get hooked into a genre and we just listen to the music. You know, we listen to music in our cars and our, but we don't get a chance to really talk music anymore. And I don't see a lot of music talk shows on, you know, just don't. Um, the group I'm playing right now, in fact, let me open up the mic for that matter. And talk a little bit about him. Mm. You just heard from Blend Jazz. Before that, it was Carlos Camilo. Blend Jazz, Henry Mixon, Earl Rice, and Anthony Sticks Payton. Blend Jazz lost a brother about a year ago, and they're looking at uh, doing some other recordings. Henry, who's always, every week he's always in attendance. I don't even have to say his name. He's always there. He's kind of like a co-producer and has been for us here at the Twin Cities Radio Network for years, an Advent supporter. And just want to send a real shout out to Henry and a shout of encouragement, for his music. He's a bass player. Yeah, bass player, kind of got a style like Robert Cool Bell from Cool in the Game. Just kind of laid back bass player, you know. But wishing him all the best in his endeavors and hope that he, gets back into what it is that he loves doing, which is playing music, of course, you know. Um, just wanted to send that shout out to him and to let our people who are watching us on YouTube, let them know as well. It's good that I get an opportunity to speak to you both at the same time as well. And we've been covering a lot of things. I just want to let you guys know that's listening to the music that I've been engaged in a lot of conversation. Well, actually, it's just been me running my mouth about music to the YouTube audience, because I get to talk more. And I do this so that you might just enjoy the music. And if you've been listening to me, I don't interrupt the music at all. Yeah, for anything really, because that's what it's about. Because it was all radio, you came to listen. And so now that I have a component as to where it is visual, well, I have to do something visual because I never saw myself doing it like this. I never saw myself visually, like I had mentioned to you earlier. I felt like to be a distraction for an artist's music is something that I never wanted to do. And that was why I never went Facebook Live or anything like that. I just stayed on my side of the mic and let the music speak for itself. Um, it's a new day now, and having been convinced, I'm not gonna let this go by without mentioning my engineer too, who is a younger man than myself, to say that yeah, this is something we need to do, as well as another friend of mine that says we need to do it like this. And so after the training and whatnot, um, I learned to engage the watching viewing audience. Um, the listening audience is something that I already had down packed. And so I will say to you guys that listen, I'm thankful for you because the viewing audience got me working. I'm working. They got me working and staying engaged, but it's okay. That's what we want to do. We want to stay engaged with you. Try that on that subscription station. Try that on them other stations. Engaging with the person who's playing music. Try sending them requests or any of that stuff because it ain't gonna happen. We're free, and we hope to remain that way. We're grateful for the people that make it possible for us. A lot of nonprofit community organizations that make it possible for us to play music for other people who get paid. Ain't that something? Does that match up? I'd like for you, if you could, for those of you who are viewing, to look at my podcast on our YouTube channel. It's TCRN hyphen studios, and check out segment one. There is a part two to this podcast, and it kind of talks about how we got to where we are and how we've been deprived of the resources and services and revenue that could be provided to us by people in the smooth jazz industry or entities in the smooth jazz industry, promoters and such. Okay? Yeah, it will. Anyhow, we're still doing music here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. I just wanted to engage everybody for a minute, if that's all right. Yeah, got everybody. Here's my man, Brendan Rothwell, right here on the Twin Cities Radio Network. My man, the big bass man out of Canada.
This is bassist, composer, and producer Brendan Rothwell. You're listening to the Twin Cities Radio Network.
This Tito. So far, so good. Let me check again. Look like I got a couple of messages. We still got this up, or is it me? This just old. Okay. I'm hungry. Let's see, what am I gonna eat? Yeah. Don't forget coming up at 5 p.m. Oh my goodness. I hope to get better. doing what I do. But I'm gonna have some things for the people who are viewing. I'm gonna have some things for you. I'm just making some notes of that. Uh, there'll be some questions and that sort of thing. One of my questions too is about a lot of this legal legal cannabis stuff, edibles and everything. I was at an event yesterday where they had a whole big display of stuff like that that you can. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. Um, oh yeah, my time is getting short. Let me see here. Oh, excuse me. And that's right. The time moved up, so hey, it's getting closer to the spring. We're gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right. That time has come. And let me see. Okay. Oh. Hmm. This is that time where it brings to the last of this is it. This is the last of the program. But what I want to do is again is to say that how that it's been a pleasure doing everything the way that I've been doing it on the radio. I mean, it's hey, yeah, I loved it. This is something different, and it's something new, and I want for this to be just as just as well. I want to be able to do something that's pleasing for you, that you can enjoy. Um, I enjoyed it. I mean, the bit of work that I'm doing, for the benefit of the listening audience, I mean the viewing audience, has been it's been a task, but I think I'll get used to it. What I want to do is to ask for your input, um, no matter what it is. And if you just listen this Sunday, maybe next Sunday you may want to watch, and ask for your input. What do you want to see? What do you want to, what do you want to hear? How do you feel that you could contribute to what it is that we do here? Um, I ask, you know, I ask for your input. We're not just gonna put something on you and force you to listen and or see it. I'll have some questions for people who will be in the viewing audience. I have some things, and I'd like for you to get back with me. The thing that I'd like for you to do right now is to share your experience on social media and talk about how you liked it. What do you think? That sort of thing. Don't be afraid. You're not gonna hurt our feelings. Because we'll come get you. Um, um, it's been one. As we embark upon the changing of the seasons, the time has just changed, and we embark upon the changing of the seasons, that we'll be doing many of things a little bit different. Your wardrobe will change. The maintenance of your car, you'll start to do things like that, and I hope that you do. I hope that you do the maintenance in your homes. Clean out those garages, those basements, those attics, those things that, really need to be done. I hope that you do that, get that done. And that way you'll have more time in the summer because before you know it, it'll be upon us. And I think that this summer, unlike past summers, this is one that you can plan for. You can plan, yeah, you can plan for this summer. We have arrested that thing called COVID. And I think that we can, now have something with a degree of normality, a real good summer. You're able to travel now. You're able to move around and do a few things. Yeah, you are. So plan accordingly. Remember, we don't plan to fail. We just fail to plan. And those things that you talked about doing at the beginning of the year, measure your progress. This is the third month. Those things that you talked about doing, you know, you made these resolutions or whatever for yourself. Measure your progress. Here it is now. This is the third month. Measure your progress and see if you're anywhere close to what it is that you wanted to do, if you're going in the right direction, if you're on the right road. Okay. The things that are happening right now are both transitional, a little bit surprising, and some to some degree can be shocking because the world is coming back to where it was, but the people who are re-entering into the world are coming from places that we don't know. And sometimes it's just a part of themselves that are, that is internal, that is coming out, that you see. And so you have to be patient, you have to pay attention, and most of all, you have to be kind. Be kind. It'll get you through a lot of situations, lots of situations. Even if there's a hostile situation that may be towards you, your kindness is probably the only defense that you have. I ask after every show, I close every show, I always say that the only time success comes before work is in the dictionary. Saying this live on TV for the first time. You have to do the necessary work in order to achieve the degree of success that you seek for yourself, your family, your future. Remember, for as tough as we are, we're all still a bit fragile. I'm Wes. I'm out of here. Peace. Thank you.
I love this song. Blood will flow, flesh is still on, drying in the color of the evening sun. Tomorrow's rain will wash the stain away, but something in our minds will always stay. Perhaps this final act was meant to cleanse the fire, and nothing comes from violence, and nothing ever could. For all those born beneath an angry star, lest we forget how fragile we are. On and on, the rain will fall like tears from the sky, like tears from the sky. On and on, the rain will say how fragile we are, how fragile we are. On and on, the rain will fall like tears from the sky, like tears from the sky. On and on, the rain will say how fragile we are, how fragile we are. On and on, the rain tears from the sky, like tears from the sky. On and on, the rain will say how fragile we are.
How fragile we are. How fragile we are.
Stevie Wonder.